Testing audio. Testing audio. That should be down. Can you hear me talking? Can you also hear the basketball court? That's perfect. All right, folks. Sorry for the delay. We've had some internet issues, but we're all set up now here at the beginning of the second quarter of the Herriman women's basketball versus Copper Hills for this sophomore game. The score is currently 7-12 in favor of Copper Hills. And sorry, I zoned out while looking at the audio. So Herriman has the ball right now. They're just trying to move it around, look for an open shot to get themselves back in this game. They throw up a three. That was by number 25. It bounces off the glass and off the rim and is rebounded by Copper Hills. They're taking it back the other way. Ball narrowly avoids being stolen. Gets the ball into the corner, looks center, goes up top. Just working the ball around the perimeter right now. That shot had a little extra sauce on it. Herriman back the other way. Again, working the perimeter, looking for another three. That one did not fall either. They're taking quick shots right now. And now Copper Hills does the same exact thing, but they make it this time. So the score is now 15-7. Herriman needs to answer. It's only the second quarter. They've got plenty of time to make it up, but you want to keep that deficit from getting too big. Copper Hills with the ball, going back the other direction. Passing the ball back up top. Kind of looked like a travel to me. Saw both feet come up. Doesn't matter though. Ref didn't call it. And ball back up top, down to the corner. Dribble the baseline. Nowhere to go. Pass back out. Quick shot. Number 32 for Copper Hills is in disbelief. She just hit the side of the backboard and is utterly stunned at what she's just done. Ball stolen by Copper Hills. Number 13 going all the way, gets fouled and nails the layup. She's got a chance for an old-fashioned three-point play. Misses the free throw, rebounded by Herriman. All right, so at the score now at 17-7 with just under 5 minutes left to play in this first half. Copper Hills is bringing the ball up the court, trying to expand their lead. Dribbles baseline, nowhere to go, just throws it. It's an easy steal for the Mustangs. Quick turnovers like that never really lead to success. Oh, and just like that, Herriman turns the ball right back over to Copper Hills. The foul count is very uneven right now with Herriman at 6 and Copper Hills at 1. That ball is stripped away but picked right back up. And that's going to be the 7th team foul for Herriman. Again, it's number 13 shooting from the line. And she drains that one. Shot number 2 is good as well. Score is now 19-7. And Herriman throws up another 3, and that one bounces in and out. They're not really having great success with the 3 right now. You'd think they'd start driving in. Maybe their coach will talk about that at halftime, and that ball is just thrown out of bounds by Copper Hills. Correct. Takes the score, 19-7, free throws. That ball is stolen away by Copper Hills, and that's going to be another foul on Herriman, already almost in double digits here. She's currently on the floor right now, so everybody's going to take a little break and head on over to their bench. Hopefully she's okay, and we'll be back in just a minute. All right, she's doing good. She is back up. Now we're going to shoot our free throws and see how that goes. Up for the first one, and it is short, a couple inches, bounces off the front of the rim. She's going to regather and try and make her second. That one is no good as well. So they're going to keep a 12-point lead, and Herriman is going to head back their direction. Hopefully they get some good ball movement, some off-ball movement, and get something inside instead of throwing up another 3. They need to make some easy shots, get their confidence back up, and then they can work their way back outside the arch. And that's not going to help. A quick turnover, ball just thrown to nobody, goes right over the heads and directly into the hands of Copper Hills, who brings it back up the court. A nice pass to the middle, and then a cut baseline. For some reason didn't go up, but she goes up now, and that one is no good. So Herriman's coming back the other direction. She tried to take it all the way herself, but the shot is blocked. Got a little bit of a jump ball there. So we're going to stay here on the Herriman side. Pass it in. Try to throw the ball up top, but it gets stolen away, and it's number 13 again with the left-handed layup, and that one is good. No one even over there. dribble baseline. A nice little floater. That was a good shot. That's what they're looking for right now. Unfortunately, it just did a little bit of a double doink and popped out. So Copper Hills has another chance to expand their lead. Absolutely beautiful pass to the middle with no one on her. That is an easy scoop and score right there. Another outside shot. Thankfully, it is rebounded by Herriman, who attempts another three, and that one actually falls. So it's 23-10 right now with just under 2 minutes left in the half. Quickly passing the ball up the court is Copper Hills, who then finds another open person in the middle. She goes up for the shot and is fouled, so she's going to be shooting 2 at the line. Herriman currently has 9 fouls, juxtaposed to the 1 of Copper Hills. The first shot is good for Copper Hills, 24-10. Correction, that was actually the 10th foul for Herriman. It's usually not a good sign when you have just as many fouls as you do points. Typically not a sign things going your way. So she makes the second free throw. It is now 24-10. Herriman not even trying to look inside, just throws up another three, and that's no good. And it's rebounded by Copper Hills going the other direction. Gets a nice pass to the elbow, goes back up top. Now they're resetting. A little bit of an ISO right now. That was something else. Number 13 drove in and kind of had her arm swatted at, so she just threw the ball up thinking she was going to get a foul call. It didn't say anything, so she grabbed the ball and threw it up again. No foul call on that one either. So it ends up in the hands of Herriman, who is only throwing the ball around the three-point line. You're down by 15 with a whole half left. You've got plenty of time to make some layups and play some good defense. I don't think threes are the answer right now, as they miss another one and it gets rebounded by Copper Hills, who tries to pass cross court and it gets stolen away by Herriman. So with about 10 seconds left, we're going to go for the final shot of the half. I have a feeling 23. Oh, that shot bounces in and out, and that will leave us with a score of 25-10 at halftime. And again, Herriman with 10 fouls, Copper Hills with only 1. If they're going to want to get back in this game, they're going to want to play better defense, less handball, and work their way inside, get their confidence back up, and then they can start shooting threes again. Because right now what they're doing is not working, and let's hope that they can come back, fix their mistakes, and do exactly what Copper Hills did to them in the second half. We'll be back in just a minute. Welcome back to the second half here. All right, so we are currently 25 seconds in, and big shocker, first foul on Herriman. Inbound pass and quick three, no good. Missed rebound by Herriman, grabbed by Copper Hills. However, they're going to call a carry. So we are going to be going back the other direction. Herriman did score right out of the break, which is good. We got a nice inside pass. However, she didn't even turn to look at the rim. This time she does. Nowhere to go. Passes it outside. Another three-point shot is no good. They try and trap, but it does not work. Copper Hills is back on their end of the court, moving the ball around, and it almost gets stolen right there. Surprised they didn't call a jump ball. I saw her hand on it for a couple of seconds. That's a doink off the noggin right there. That ball goes right into Herriman's hands, and they're going to be going back the other direction. We're a minute into this first quarter, and she has tripped and fallen. Someone got their foot right in between hers. And that is only the second foul of the entire game for Copper Hills. That is their first of this half. Herriman just passing the ball around, completely ignoring the lady in the lane. But they do, however, shoot a three, and it goes in this time. And Copper Hills tries to immediately respond, but misses the little layup. They go up for another one. And pinch me if you've heard this before, Herriman fouls. First shot is up and no good. Second shot is up, and that one is good. So Copper Hills takes an 11-point lead, and honestly, they should be down by much more. But Copper Hills has been struggling a little bit with free throws in this game. So they're catching a little bit of a break. And finally, they go into the middle, and they make a shot inside. Let's see if they can keep doing that. That looked like a okay, they're going to call it travel. I thought it was more of a double dribble. Same result. Herriman goes to shoot, and it's no good. It is rebounded by them, and they're going to pass middle. Look at this, and she goes up, and she's going to get fouled, and she's going to shoot two shots. It's like going to the middle works or something. She must not be used to getting fouled and shooting free throws because she went to the side right after instead of going to the line. They're only down 9 right now. Puts both of these in. That's 7. That's the first one. 18-26. Still in favor of Copper Hills, who's going to make a sub real quick. Second shot is good. Score is currently 19-26, down 7. Playing much better defense. And they're going to force her to travel again. Looks like number 13 might be getting a little flustered with the extra pressure that's being put on her after how many times she drove and scored and drew a foul against Herriman in the first half. Number 34 again. That shot is no good, but that is a much better look. And the tough defense forces Herriman to turn it over, or forces Copper Hills to turn it over. And they get a nice shot inside. However, it just bounces out. They're going to keep pressing. Number 13 with a little bit of a push. I'd have called that one right there a carry. That ball was above her head. Number 13 open for a 3, and that is no good. Rebounded by number 23 for Herriman. Nice pass. And that shot is swatted away by number 22 for Copper Hills. Herriman looking to inbound, gets a nice inside look and the spin after the rip. The shot is no good, but rebounded by number 35, who, if you'll recall, just made those 2 free throws a moment ago, puts that ball back up off the glass, and it is good. Almost forces a turnover right there. This is getting real close. Ooh, they get the ball over just in time. And then a missed layup. So Herriman here is back within 5 with 4.5 minutes left in the third quarter, and Copper Hills is going to shoot a 3. That one's no good. That ball was rebounded by number 23, and she got fouled, so it's going to go back the direction of Herriman. Number 23 for Herriman actually hit a game winner not too long ago. It was a couple days ago. She was about 6 feet behind the three-point line, and it was just a contested 3 that she put up, and it won the game. It's pretty fun to watch. Ooh, pass goes up to number 23. She fumbles it a little bit, but collects it. A nice shot fake by 30. Drives to the baseline, goes up for a jump shot. The ball goes out of bounds, and they're going to call it Herriman's ball. A nice 3 is short, but it's going to stay with Herriman because Copper Hills couldn't handle the rebound. And I think they got to stick with what's working. They've scored almost every time they've gone in, and if they haven't scored, they've gotten free throws out of it. And that inside shot is no good. So number 13 brought it back up for Copper Hills, and they're just going to swing the ball around. All of them well behind the line. Number 1 with just a hope and a prayer on that 3. She chucked it up and just kind of looked like she didn't know where else to go with it, so she might as well shoot. It's going to end up in the hands of the Mustangs on the baseline. Again, it's only a 5-point game now. They've made quite the comeback. And they've only got 3 fouls so far in this half. Doing significantly better in that regard than they did the first half. Someone wide open in the corner, goes for the 3. That is no good. That ball is stolen away by Herriman. She's going to go up for the layup, and she gets viciously swatted at by number 13, who's about 8 inches shorter. She tried to jump with her and committed the foul. That first shot is no good. Number 25 is going to come in for Herriman, and 35 is going to sit down for a minute, catch her breath. Second shot is good. It's now a 4-point game. Herriman playing this press defense now this second half, and it's been working pretty well. Copper Hills has only scored a couple of points. That pass gets tipped, but they regain possession, and that pass gets tipped as well. However, they weren't as lucky that time. Herriman's got it, and they're going back their direction again. Number 32 for Herriman is about 16 feet taller than everybody else. So I think they just need to pass it down to her on the block and let her spin around, draw some attention. Either kick it out for a nice mid-range or go up for it. Copper Hills got lulled into a false sense of security and started getting a little slap happy, which ended up putting Herriman back in this game. Number 32 for Herriman just got a nice block. Just put it right back in her face. And they pass it into her at the elbow, and they're going to foul her. It's crazy. I feel like every time I say Herriman should do something, it happens immediately. Said they should pass it into her on the inside, and they did, and immediately drew a foul, just like I said. So feel kind of good about that myself right there. Herriman drives center again. However, not as lucky that time, but they do get the ball kicked back out. No one in front of her now. Go to the corner. There's someone wide open. But they're going to call a little bit of a blocking foul right there. So Herriman is going to reset. And actually, that was the 7th team foul for Copper Hills. So we are going to go to the free throw line for a quick little 1-and-1. First shot by number 20 is up, and it is no good. Rebounded by Copper Hills. Copper Hills back on there and working the ball around. Number 13 puts up a perimeter three. That is no good. Rebounded by Herriman on the baseline. Gets a nice pass around the defender. Number 30 who brings it back up and shoots a quick three of her own, and that one is no good. Rebounded by the Grizzlies. Number 13 almost got her pocket picked right there. But instead, she spins around, passes it to number 11, and she just drills the three. The Mustangs are back down 7 with just over a minute left in this third quarter. Herriman puts up another three, and it is no good. They seem to be getting everybody on the same side of the court, really rocking the ship and not getting everybody spaced out, which is making shots extremely difficult right now because there's always a defender right on you. Herriman needs to employ some off-ball movement and some inside looks. Every time they go inside, they're either getting fouled or making a shot. But for some reason, they keep going to the three. 7 points is not that many. Thankfully, on the other end, they keep getting bailed out with fouls after they miss. Looks like somebody might throw up right here. That's always fun. That's going to be a timeout for Herriman. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. All right, we are back, and it's going to be Herriman ball. They're going to shoot another deep three, and she drills that one, making it a 4-point game with 2 seconds left in the third. And that's going to be the end of that third quarter. So we'll take another break for about a minute, and we'll be back after that. All right, we are back. Herriman again. They are just down 4 right now. Oh, gets nice inside look, but doesn't finish. But she gets the rebound and goes for a nice turnaround jumper. Unfortunately, that one doesn't go in either. It's rebounded by Copper Hills, and they brought it back to their end of the court. Copper Hills goes for a 3. It's no good. It goes off of number 32 for Herriman's hand, and then she saves it. Hello, 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 hello.
I mean, I can only hear it in one ear. Does that matter?
think that headphone might just be broken. This is another audio test. All right. Sorry if you didn't hear me for a little bit. I made a little bit of a silly mistake where I forgot to turn the mic back on at the start of this fourth quarter. So again, the score is 29-25 with 5:07 left in the fourth. Copper Hill's trying to move the ball around, passes it around, back up top, down to the corner. Nothing there. Goes back to the top, back down to the corner. Getting a little bit of Flint Tropics action with the back and forth. And they're going to call a push, an offensive foul. They're going to call that 100% of the time when you lock your elbow into a defender. If you get your arm bent a little bit, they're probably not going to call that. But again, if that elbow locks, they're going to call it a push every single time. So Herriman's going to come back. A nice drive down the middle, but the ball just goes off her knee with just under 4.5 minutes left in this game. It's going to go back Copper Hill's direction, and they are moving it around. Oh, Herriman got the ball, went their direction again, and it just goes out of bounds. They're only down 4, so they just need a couple of easy shots, but they're not getting what they're looking for. Oh, that ball is stolen by number 23 for Herriman. She makes the layup, down 2, 27-29 now. Herriman comes back. Need to play some tight defense here. There's about 3 minutes, 15 seconds left in this game. There's that defense right there, stolen again by number 23. She's going to settle it down, though, because she was in the middle of everybody. Pass it over to number 20, who kicks it right back. 23 brings it up the court. Now they're just trying to work the ball around. They need to get someone in the middle, get some movement there. And that is going to be tipped out of bounds, and it's going to stay with Herriman. All right, Herriman. Well, all right, Herriman turns the ball over by throwing it out of bounds. And Herriman immediately gets the ball back on a Grizzlies inbound turnover. Quick three. Gets fouled. She's going to go to the line and shoot 1, 2, 3. Let's see if she can tie it up or take the lead with these shots. She hasn't had the best luck so far this game. I think she's only made 1 or 2 of her free throws so far. She's been to the line a couple of times. With 2 minutes and 43 seconds left, this is a great time for her to put the team on her back and tie the game up. She misses the first one. Thankfully, she shot a 3, so she's still got a couple of shots left. Second shot is up, and that one just rattles around. No good. And number 32 for the Mustangs is going to come back in. She draws a lot of attention on offense, which is something that they need. Third shot is up, and that one is good. It is now a 1-point game. She goes 1 for 3 from the line on that visit. And that ball is immediately stolen again by Herriman. She goes up for the shot. No good. Off the backboard into the hands of the Grizzlies. Coming back, it's a 3-on-2 right now. She calms it down, goes back up top, and it's in the hands of number 13. And they're going to go ahead and call a timeout with exactly 2.5 minutes left in this game. It is a full timeout, so we'll be back in about a minute. All right, we are back in this game after the timeout. Oh, boy. Number 30 for Copper Hills gets a hit in the back. Everybody lined up for 1-1, but that is only the 6th team foul for the Mustangs. Oh, that ball is, oh my goodness. Almost stolen. They're going to call a foul right there. Now it's 1-1. First shot is up, and that is good, giving Copper Hills a 10-point lead, or a 2-point lead, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this fourth quarter. And the second shot is good as well. Herriman back down 3. Herriman moving the ball around. Go center. Go up. She does, and it is no good. That's a travel, but they're not going to call it, even though she was on her stomach when she grabbed the ball and ended up on her butt. I don't know how they missed that one. But Copper Hills goes up for a shot, and it gets rebounded by the Mustangs. So they're going to go back the other directions with 4 minutes or a minute and 45 left to go, down 3. They don't need to rush yet. A minute and a half is still plenty of time to get a couple of layups in. Here we go. We got some movement. A nice mid-range jumper just bounces off the rim, but she steals it back almost. She tipped the pass and just barely got beat to it, but they're going to call a travel on number 2 for Copper Hills, and you can hear the disgruntled fans getting extremely upset over this sophomore game. I honestly didn't see it too well. I was looking more at the Herriman team trying to set up for defense, so I wasn't really looking at the travel. However, the ball gets kicked out to number 30 for the Mustangs, and she drains a 3 from a couple feet behind the line. Copper Hills passing the ball around with 50 seconds left in this game. Trying to get an open shot. Not really seeing anything. Copper Hills really trying to get the last shot here. They don't want to leave any time for the Mustangs. Looks like they've missed a couple of calls here. Everybody for the Mustangs was saying double dribble, didn't call it, but somehow they're going to call that one a personal foul, and number 22 for the Grizzlies is going to go to the line. I'm not saying I disagree with that foul call, but I think if you're going to call that, you definitely should have called the one before. Those are the kind of fouls that people talk about a couple days later. And the classic saying, ball don't lie. She misses the free throw. And looks like Herriman is going to retain possession after the jump ball. And they will have the ball with 12 seconds left in the game. Again, it is tied 31-31 right now. If anyone gets fouled, they'll be shooting a 1-and-1. 8 and 9 fouls respectively for each team. Sorry, the mic was not on there. There was a little bit of craziness in that 1.8 seconds that just happened. Ball was passed inbounds, tried to make another quick pass, and it was tipped, just like that one. But Herriman retains possession after the ball gets tipped out of bounds, as well as they retain possession there. And now everybody for Copper Hills is calling for a travel, which sounds familiar when the Mustangs called for it about 8 seconds ago. So now there's 3 seconds left in the game, still tied, and Herriman is going to call a timeout. And it looks like we've also got an injured player.
What is he doing?
All right, Herriman with the inbound with exactly 3 seconds left. Didn't pass it to the open person. Throws up a 3. Oh my gosh, barely missed. She hit the game winner a few days ago, so she just threw up a prayer there with about a second left, and that was a little too close for comfort if you're a Copper Hills fan. But we're going to go into overtime, and we'll be back in just a minute after these two teams take a break. All right, we got the tip-off here about to happen for this 4-minute overtime period that we're going to do. And it is won by Copper Hills. And I have no clue how she even got that ball to hit the backboard, but she did. Almost goes in, but it gets rebounded by the Mustangs, and she's just a little bit off balance, and her heel goes out of bounds. So Copper Hills will keep it. They immediately pass the ball outside, go for a deep 3, and that one is no good, but it is rebounded. That should be a jump ball, and they're going to call it. Took them an extra second, but they got the right call, and it is going to go in favor of the Mustangs, seeing as how the Grizzlies won the tip-off. A nice easy inbound pass, and she just goes right by her defender. Her defender comes back. 32 almost loses the ball. Drives middle, and they're going to call a carry right there. It's funny that they called that one a carry, but not when the ball was about a foot above number 13's head. And like I said earlier, ball don't lie, an immediate turnover by the Grizzlies. The ball is right back in the hands of the Mustangs, looking for another open shot. They go back down to the middle. A nice right-handed turnaround layup. And then again stolen by the Mustangs. That shot goes off the bottom of the rim. The second shot off the rebound for number 25 goes in with the contact, so she's going to go to the line for an and one. So number 25 after the and one is going to go, or after the layup is going to go for the free throw here for the and one. See if she can give them a 4-point or a 5-point lead. She makes it. That's 5 points up right now. 36-31 with 3 minutes left in this game. Ooh, Copper Hills with a really nice look. However, they're unable to finish the shot. But they get their own rebound several times. And now they're just looking to reset. So they're going to call a foul right there on Copper Hills. So we're going to be, oh my goodness, we're going to be going back the direction of Herriman. That should have been a loose ball foul. She hip checked her in midair, didn't even attempt for the ball. And then when Herriman goes to make the pass, it just kind of drips out of bounds. So it's going to be going back the other way for the Grizzlies. We've got 2.5 minutes to score 5 points. See if we can get a double overtime here. I'm sure that's what everybody wants right now. Extra excitement. They're just getting a whole lot of ball movement right now. Ooh, that ball is tipped by number 22 for the Grizzlies. It was just too high for her, and it falls right in the lap of number 23. So we're going back Mustangs' direction. We've already got a 5-point lead, and there's just under 2 minutes left in this game. And that ball is then stolen by the Grizzlies and then almost immediately stolen by the Mustangs. Pass up top, wide open three. She even took the time to set her feet. However, it didn't help her much because it bounced off the side of the rim right into the hands of the Mustangs. And then a nice little floater right there. That was kind of like a cross between a floater and a hook shot. That ball was stolen on the inbound. Goes up for the three. Rebounded by the Mustangs. They now have a 7-point lead with just over a minute left. Ooh, that should have been a little bit of a push right there. Instead, they keep the ball and knock down a three. Those first 4 quarters of 3-point failure matter zero when you're in overtime and draining everything. They've got a 10-point lead with 55 seconds left in the game. Now a 7-point lead as the Grizzlies make a 3 of their own. And now it just kind of looks like everybody for the Grizzlies is giving up. They were very slow to get to the ball, didn't even care. Number 25, who I think was the one that threw up earlier, looks like she's about to do it again. I can't tell if it's pressure or if she's just got an upset stomach. But there have been 2 situations where things have happened. She just drained that 3 and now she's about to throw up. Hopefully it's just from excitement. She's sitting down taking a breath. Need to get those hands on her head. Maybe give her a little bit of water. All right, they went ahead and subbed her out. She's going to sit down. Hopefully her stomach's doing a little bit better. As a viewer, it is kind of funny to see, but you got to feel for someone who thinks they're going to throw up every time they do something great for their team. It's not exactly a feeling you want. And that is a turnover by the Mustangs. 43 seconds left after the clock didn't start for a couple of seconds there. And the Grizzlies throw up a three. It doesn't go in. So now they're going to try a mid-range, and she should have shot from three because that's about how much she missed by. Down 7 right now. The Grizzlies are. So I think we've got someone fouling out of the game. That'd be number 1 for the Grizzlies. She is going to sit on the bench and watch these last seconds tick off the clock while number 32 for the Mustangs shoots free throws. She drains the first one, giving them an 8-point lead here with 30.1 seconds left on the clock. Second shot is up, and it is no good. Rebounded by the Grizzlies. Trying to bring it up the court as quickly as they can. Down 8 with 20 seconds left. I don't know that there's much that you can do here except call Tracy McGrady. That three is good. They're now down 5 with 8 seconds left. Oh my goodness. Blocks the inbound pass, goes right back into the hands of Herriman. Unfortunately, her feet are out of bounds, so it's going to stay here with the Grizzlies. I'm not going to say I want them to come back, but that would make this a lot more interesting. That's not going to do it. Oh my goodness, call a timeout. They do. They had 0.2 seconds left on the clock. The ref is going to add it back on. They're down 42-39. There was about a half second left. They're going to give them a full one. It's the score again, 42-39. They have to steal the ball, kick it out to 3, and shoot it within 1 second. And that's just to have a chance at tying this game. All right, 1 second left. Here's the inbound. You basically just have to chuck it in and hope something happens. And that's the end of the game right there. Your Herriman Mustangs win 42-39 after a comeback victory. They were down by as many as 12 at one point. Might have been a little bit higher, but that's the highest number that I remember. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes for the JV game. All right, folks, if you're joining us, this is the Herriman women's basketball team, the Mustangs, versus the Copper Hills Grizzlies for this here JV game. We just finished the overtime freshman game a minute ago where the Herriman Mustangs won by 3. We've got a turnover on the first possession for Herriman. Number 45 for the Grizzlies puts up a shot. It is no good. First free throw is no good. But we're less than a minute in, and we've already got 1 foul on the board for Herriman. If you folks watched the last game, you know fouls were definitely a problem for Herriman. They finished the game with about 20. That second shot is good, or is no good again. Or is good, my bad. Got it wrong twice. So it is 1-0 in favor of the Grizzlies after a minute of play. Oh my goodness. A great shot fake and spin move, and tries to put it off the glass, but just missed that box. I'm going to call an offensive charge right there. We're going to go back the other direction for the for the Mustangs. Shot for the Mustangs is no good. Rebounded by the Grizzlies, going back their direction. They've got a 2-on-3 right now. No one's really hustling back, but when no one hustles back, that means everybody's behind. So they didn't really have that much of an advantage. A nice kick out mid-range jump shot, a couple feet in from the three-point line. Number 13 for the Grizzlies makes that to give them a 3-0 lead. And pardon me if this is wrong, we were given a roster for Copper Hills, and it is a varsity roster, but they said it is the same people that are on JV. So if some of these names are different because the numbers change as they go to varsity, then I'm sorry, but I'm just going to read the piece of paper they gave me. So that jump shot that was made a second ago by the Grizzlies was number 13, Ayla Marston. And then that shot is good for the Mustangs. So now it's 3-2. A nice physical drive there by number 10, Madison. Last name that I'm not going to attempt.
Put the score on the board. Put the score on the board.
The score is not going up on the board. They must not care about Herriman's points. But they've gotten angrily notified by a few people already at this point. However, it still says Herriman has 0. Now the refs are talking about it to the person running the scoreboard. There might be an error here because this was happening last game as well. So there may just be a malfunction.
One of the screws. I know that's why you have to just play throughout the quarter. that one loosens it to take out. This one is going to be one of the other ones. Probably that one that you just touched. I'm guessing it's going to be.
All right, the score is finally on the board. She's laughing as soon as she shot that. She knew that that was not going in, and truly was not close. But being a good sport about it, everybody makes mistakes. She goes back for that second free throw and absolutely drills it. Jumps into press defense. But the Mustangs beat it with zero trouble. Just working the ball around. Let's see if they can learn from the mistakes of the last game where all they did was try and pass around and shoot threes until middle of the fourth quarter. They figured out, hey, layups work. Well, I guess 3 points work now because number 23 puts that one up, and it is good for Herriman. Shot attempt is no good for the Grizzlies, and it's rebounded by Herriman. It goes back the other direction, and the Mustangs throw up another three. That one was no good. Rebounded by the Grizzlies. They go the other direction, and they're going to tip the ball out of bounds on a poorly handled pass, and it's going to be the Mustangs' ball. Again, we are having some score issues. It still says 3-2. It should be 3-5, or 4-5 rather. Scoreboard is currently completely reset. Just started flashing, which again makes me believe it might have been an error on the machine itself and not the operator. I've never had this issue before, and I believe it's the same person every time. So if I were a betting man, I'd say it is the score box and not the score operator. Looks like he's completely reset everything, and it's all going smoothly now. He's got the score 5-4, first quarter, 5:32 time, 2 fouls on Herriman, 2 fouls on the Grizzlies. All right, looks like we've got everything up and running as it should. We'll get back into this game. White ball, Herriman will be taking it in on the opposite end of the court. No movement here on a press. Kind of odd. However, they get a pass off. Pass is tipped, and that's going to stay this direction. Looks like number 15 for the Grizzlies got her little finger on it as it went out of bounds. The Mustangs inbound the ball, goes up to number 23, who puts up a quick three-point attempt, and it is no good. Recovered by the Grizzlies. They're back on their end attacking, trying to regain the lead. A nice little pull-up from just behind the block is no good. Rebounded by 23 for the Mustangs. Now just working the ball around the perimeter. Layup attempt is no good for Hallie Burbage. A nice little Euro step left-hand layup on the right side for number 10, Madison, for the Grizzlies. Again, I'm sorry, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce your last name. Shot attempt by the Mustangs is no good. It is rebounded by the Grizzlies. Getting some good ball movement. Off ball movement looked pretty good. Deep three is no good. Momentarily rebounded by the Grizzlies, but then picked up by the Mustangs. Again, that's number 23. Hallie Burbage with the ball, passes it down to the center, and that's going to get picked off. Looking around. Oh my goodness. Pull-up jump shot, rolls around and falls in for 2, and she's going to have a chance to make it 3 here. The shot from the stripe. That free throw is no good. However, the Grizzlies maintain possession, and then a mid-range pull-up right there is good. So they now have a 10-5 lead. Another three-point attempt for number 23, and that one is no good as well. Oh my goodness. Grizzlies lighting it up in transition right now. They had a nice 2-on-1 advantage. Gets a nice pass down to the block. And that is good. It is 12-5. It's starting to look like that freshman game all over again. Sophomore game, rather. And that ball is stolen away by number 10, Alyssa Loza. The ball is stolen away by Hallie Burbage. And she passes it up top to number 12, Haley Hilton. And then number 15, Morgan Groning with the layup right there. A strong finish around the rim. It is now 12-7, 5-point game. We do have some updated rosters, so I'll be calling names out more. Hopefully all these names and numbers do line up and are correct. That is Hallie Burbage with the steal. And again, that's Miss Groning with the ball. She passes it over to number 32. That is Addison Freeland. And she drills that shot from the elbow. And now we're going to have a timeout. It is a 30-second timeout by the Grizzlies. So we will be back in 30 seconds. All right, so we're back in action right now. A nice pass up top to number 42, Taylor Johnson, who drills the shot for the Grizzlies. The inbound pass for Herriman goes to Hallie Burbage. She's bringing it up to court, right past all the defenders. She's looking around, passes it to Addison Freeland, and that is over to Morgan Groning. And we got a foul on number 15. That would be Isabel Anderson. So the Mustangs will have the ball again. They pass it down low to Morgan Groning, who shot fakes, had a wide open rim in front of her, but was turned and didn't see that there was no one in front of the rim. Hallie Burbage with the ball right now, drives. Nice scoop layup attempt. However, it just dribbles off the front after going off the backboard. Rebounded by the Grizzlies. Get some ball movement, and the shot attempt there by number 13, Ayla Marston, is no good. It's currently a number 30, Shelby Ulibarri with the ball. She passes it over to Hallie Burbage. Rolls off the screen from Morgan Groning. Addison Freeland passes it down to the corner to Haley Hilton. Back up to Hallie Burbage. Oh, number 30, Shelby Ulibarri loses the ball. It goes to number 12, Alyssa Loza. And they're going to call a foul there on Ulibarri. Claps her hands in frustration as number 12, Alyssa Loza, is going to go to the free throw line. Of course, score is currently 15-9 in favor of the Grizzlies, with 18 seconds left here in this first quarter, as Loza makes that second free throw, giving them a 7-point lead. Haley Hilton with the ball, not realizing that was the end of the quarter, passes it out, and the clock just ends. All right, we are back here to start the second quarter. Again, it is currently 16-9 in favor of the Grizzlies. Number 12, Haley Hilton, will be throwing it in for Herriman, looking to pass it to Kyla Talbot. Kicks it over to Morgan Groning. Goes off the screen from number 24, Fifita. Back up to the top to Talbot. Throws it over to Groning. Drives. Nice little step around. Gets fouled. She'll be shooting two. with a Boeing amount of time. 7:37. It's a plane reference. First shot is no good, just bounces off the rim a couple of times and falls off left. Second shot is up, and that one is good. Going to be an offensive foul there for number 24 for the Mustangs. Number 13 for the Grizzlies throws up a three. That is Alyssa Marston. That shot is no good. And there's a little bit of a jump ball there. Foul is on Black 3. That would be Maya Midgley.
I got called for that. You can't box out a person in there. He displaced the rebounder.
All right, Groning is going to bring it up the court for the Mustangs. Passes it over to Talbot, gets the screen. Over to Fifita. Back to Groning for the three. And that is good. It is 13-19 now, only down 6 with 6.5 minutes left in this first half. I don't know how I feel about that foul call, but they're going to call. They're going to call a foul on number 0. Her last name is Street. And the free throws by Taylor Johnson are no good. However, the ball is rebounded and put back in by the Grizzlies. So they have the lead still by 8 now. Gronin looking for something. They're going to call a double dribble there. It's going to go back the other direction for the Grizzlies. And it is currently Ainsley Yazzie with the ball, passes it up to number 24, Jada Clark, who nails a three. Ball passed into Street for the Mustangs, who gives it right back to Talbot. Gives it to Groning. Just throws it right into 2 defenders. No one even there. Number 24 again for 3. That is Jada Clark again. nailing a three. That is 6 points she's got in about 30 seconds. Making back-to-back big-time shots to give them a big lead as we approach halftime. We are honestly not as far into the second quarter as I thought we were. As I'm looking up, I realize it's only been the second quarter for about a minute and a half. 2.5 minutes. Great math there. But the Grizzlies are currently up 14. It was a 6-point game not too long ago. And it's going to be number 30, Shelby Ulibarri, throwing the ball into Street for the Mustangs. All right. Street passes the ball back over to Ulibarri, who kicks it over to number 21, Kennedy Brown. Ball goes back up to Street, now to Groning again. Over to Ulibarri for the three, and she drills that with a hand in her face. Now 16-27, an 11-point game. It is Jada Clark with the ball again. She is dangerous for the Grizzlies. Again, just made 2 back-to-back threes. They're going to call a foul. On the Mustangs, putting them in bonus. So we got first shot up here for Jada Clark. And it's no good. Rebounded by Street. Passes it over to Groning. Pulls up for a little jumper. No good. Rebounded by Kennedy Brown. Passes it back to Groning, who goes for the layup, and that is no good either. But that one's rebounded by Haley Hilton. Ball is back in the hands of Groning. Gives it again to Street. Back to Ulibarri, who just made the three on the last possession. Kicks it over to Street in the corner. She drives middle. Shot fake. Passes it down to Ulibarri. Ulibarri misses the layup, but gets her own rebound. Passes it back up to Street. Street kicks it out to Kennedy Brown on the edge. Kennedy misses the three, and it's rebounded by number 13, Ayla Marston, for the Grizzlies. And they go back on their end and miss a layup. That's going to be a jump ball right there. That should be in favor of the Grizzlies, and it is. All right, the inbound pass to the Grizzlies. It is taken up by number 1, Ainsley Yazzie, who goes for the number 1, Ainsley Yazzie for the Grizzlies. And she's going to get fouled. Didn't make the layup, but she's got a chance for 2 right here. First shot is no good. Awaiting the second shot. It's up. And it's no good as well. Rebounded by Kennedy Brown. Gives it to number 20, Ava Moore. Groning with the ball. Over to Ulibarri. Over to Haley Hilton. And that's going to be Ulibarri with the nice scoop layup. It's now a 9-point game. Passes over to number 45, Skyly Barker, who then kicks it Shot goes up and it's no good. Rebounded by Ulibarri, bringing it back the other direction. Gives the ball to Groning. She puts up a three. Bounces out of the rim, no good. Ball is rebounded by a number 13, Ayla Marston for the Grizzlies. And is currently Skyly Barker with the ball, looking for somewhere to pass it. Kicks it over to number 1, Ainsley Yazzie, who passes it to number 10 for the mid-range jumper. That is Madison. Again, I will not attempt that last name. Ulibarri, nice little spin move to get open, or to find someone open. And the pass to Kennedy Brown ends up getting taken away. That layup attempt went just right over the backboard, so that's going to count as out of bounds. It's going to be thrown in by Ashlyn Alfin. Pass down to Addison Freeland, and it just gets taken away right out of her hands. She's hustling back on defense, though. But some nice ball movement by the Grizzlies leads to a layup, giving them a 31-18 lead with 1:50 left in the half. And that ball is stolen by the Grizzlies. More good ball movement. Another good pass. And that one is put in as well. That one was number 10, Madison. Another offensive foul. So it's going to be the Grizzlies ball again. They called it on 23, Talbot. Nice shot fake there by the Grizzlies in the corner. Can't read her number, but her shot was no good. It was number 13. She gets a wide open layup and just misses it. That was Ayla Marston. However, the ball is collected by the Grizzlies and put right back in. Score is now 35-18. Groning up top for three. That is no good. It's number 1, Ainsley Yazzie with the rebound. Oh, that ball swatted away by Groning, but they get it right back. Up top to Madison. Passes it over again to Ainsley. Down to Skyly Barker. And she dribbles in. Pull-up jumper, middle of the lane. It's now almost a 20-point game with 25 seconds left. Pass down to Addison Freeland, over to Hallie Burbage. Hallie, a nice little Euro step. Goes right in the lane between two defenders, puts the ball up, and that is good. And it's Madison with the ball right now. She passes it over to 45, Skyly Barker, who gets fouled. She'll be going to the line. That is back-to-back games for the Mustangs here, where they've had double-digit fouls at the half. First shot is good, making the score 38-20 with 3 seconds left. Still has her second shot, though. That one is good as well. Got to put the shot up. She does. Goes off the backboard, but not the rim. So we'll be going to halftime with a score of 39-20 in favor of the Copper Hills Grizzlies. Very similar situation that we had last game. Lots and lots of fouls. Too many shots from outside. We'll see if they can fix that coming back from half, just like the freshmen did. Sophomores. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. So now we are back in action here with Herriman down 19 to start this half. Down 17. They make that layup. That was Groning. Shot is up quickly for the Grizzlies. It is not really close. And it's number 13, Alyssa Marston for the Grizzlies, that comes up with the ball. Get a nice hezzy into the lane. Layup, no good. And it's rebounded by Groning. That shot attempt was by number 10, Madison, for the Grizzlies. It's currently Talbot with the ball right now. Nice shot fake and then pass around down low to Fifita. Everybody thought she had an and one, but apparently they called the foul on her. Did you see it?
They called a hook.
Well, did you see it
No,
though?
I didn't think it was a hook. I thought she just did a drop step.
So now the Grizzlies have the ball.
I thought it was just a drop step.
They called a hook, but none of us up here saw it. Pass goes in to number 1, who kicks it right back out to number 13, who's got nowhere to go. She throws it in, and it gets grabbed by Groning, who throws it to Talbot. Talbot throws it to Kennedy Brown. That ball ends up back in Groning's hands, and she drills a 3. Score is now 25-39. It's a 14-point game now. We got a timeout. We'll be back in just a minute. All right, folks, we are back. Grizzlies ball, number 45, Skyly Barker's got it. Ball gets passed over to number 10, Madison, who then kicks it out to number 13, Ayla Marston. Nowhere to go. Down to 15, Isabel Anderson. Back to Marston. Goes up for the shot. No good, but they're going to call a foul. She'll have 2 shots from the line. That is already the second foul in just under 2 minutes here for the Mustangs. First shot is good for Ayla Marston. Back to a 15-point lead here.
Can't believe the stuff you'd say to your coaches.
Second shot is no good. Rebounded by Talbot. Just right off the rim and right into her hands. Passes it down to Hallie Burbage, who drives middle, just runs right behind the defender. Had no clue she was there. And Burbage gets the nice, easy layup. And she's good for 2 there. Is currently a number 1, Ainsley Yazzie with the ball. Ball movement pretty quick right now for Copper Hills. Madison, Euro step up and in for the Grizzlies. She's going to have an attempt at an and one. The lineup for the Mustangs right now is Fafiti, Groning, Talbot, Brown, and Burbage, as that shot is good, making it 44 to 27, 43 to 27. Burbage with the ball here. Nice little spin move. Didn't really get around her defender, though. Talbot gets the ball, passes it back to Burbage. Burbage with the shot. You knew that one was going in by her form. Her hand stayed up there for about 3 seconds. Quick drive for the Grizzlies. The shot attempt by number 13, Ayla Marston, rolls around the rim and falls out. It's grabbed by Kennedy Brown, who passes it over to Talbot, who gives the ball to Burbage. Burbage tries to make the pass to Kennedy Brown, and it gets swatted away by number 13, Ayla Marston. Calling her name a lot so far tonight. So Burbage has the ball, passing it in to Groning. Kennedy Brown slams the floor. Looks like someone might have just hit her foot, but judging by her laughter, I think it might have been her own foot. Fafiti. They keep calling fouls on Fafiti, but I'm not seeing anything. No one's seeing anything.
You gave Black a warning? Yeah, where's the warning? Giving Black 2 warnings this day.
One was last game.
I said today. I said this day, not this game. I said this.
Anyways, we got
Where's the warning?
last game there was a warning given to the Copper Hills bench. He repeatedly told the coach to sit down and stop talking, sit down and stop talking. She did not, but he just gave them a warning. And now in this game, the Mustangs bench, their coach is making a little bit of noise, and they gave him a tech almost immediately. And Copper Hills makes both of those free throws. It's number 45, Skyly Barker. Grizzlies have the ball. It's currently number 10, Madison with it. And the shot is up by Ayla Marston. It's no good, however. Talbot has the ball for the Mustangs, throws it over to Groning. Groning looking center, back to Fafiti. Let's see if they call a foul this time. They don't, and she puts it in. And now we've got a timeout by the Mustangs immediately following the shot. It's a 12-point game right now, 44-32 in favor of the Grizzlies still. They've had the lead practically the entire game. Still 0 fouls for the Grizzlies. We'll be back in about 30 seconds. All right, so we're back. Grizzlies with the ball. That shot gets blocked by Burbage. Groning saves it and passes it back to Burbage. Good effort there on defense by the two of them. Burbage tries to go all the way, goes right to the block. Defender swats it out of her hand. She recollects it, passes it out to Fafidi, who throws it to Talbot for three. No good. The defender there for the Grizzlies did a really good job of boxing out Kennedy Brown, keeper from trying to save that ball. So Groning and Fafidi will sit down, and Addison Freeland and Haley Hilton will both check back into the game for the Mustangs. It's currently Jada Clark with the ball. She passes it over to Skyly Barker up top, looking for a cutting Ainsley Yazzie, but she ends up going back up top. Throws it down low to Taylor Johnson, who gets it batted away, so now she's out at the three-point line. And a miscommunication there in between Skyly Barker and number 24, Jada Clark. Jada cut one way, and Skyly thought she was going the other way, so that just goes right out of bounds. Herriman ball inbound to Talbot. Talbot throws it over to Haley Burbage. Burbage goes up for the shot. It gets blocked, goes out of bounds, and will stay with White here. So it is still a 12-point game here with just under 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Addison Freeland wide open. She goes for the layup, gets fouled on the inbound, and she'll be shooting two. In my experience watching her shoot free throws, she has done pretty well. So hopefully she can make both of these, make it a 10-point game. Her first shot is up. And it's good. Again, that is number 32, Addison Freeland at the line. Second shot is up. And that one is good as well. 10-point game, 34-44. Grizzlies lead. Talbot playing defense on Alyssa Loza right now. Oh, I don't know how they're going to call that a shooting foul. She did not look like she was set at all for a shot. She was past the backboard before she even went up, and she chucked it up with two hands. I don't remember the last time I saw a shot get called a shooting foul when someone was behind the backboard. And I think that's what the refs just talked about, because now it is out of bounds for the Grizzlies. To say ball don't lie, I've said it several times tonight. Immediate turnover for the Grizzlies off of what I didn't think was a foul. And I shouldn't have said anything, because immediately the Mustangs turn it over on an errant pass by Addison Freeland. .2:17 left in the third quarter. It is Alyssa Loza with the ball, being guarded by Ulibarri. Over to number 13, Ayla Marston, who tries to drive. Nothing there, and her pivot foot's going to slide a little bit, and they're going to notice that one immediately. That's a travel. Ulibarri will throw it in to Hallie Burbage, who gives it right back to Ulibarri. Current lineup is Kennedy Brown, Addison Freeland, Haley Hilton, Hallie Burbage, and Shelby Ulibarri. As Burbage with the ball goes off the screen from Brown, and just kind of dribbles right into a defender and loses it, but they're going to call a personal foul on 12. That would be Alyssa Loza. And Shelby Ulibarri will inbound it for the Mustangs. Got a minute 48 left, down 10 still. Plenty of time to scale a comeback. A nice move by Hallie Burbage, and she finishes the layup, but they're going to call a foul before the shot. So it does not count. Ulibarri will again inbound the ball. Getting some movement. Someone needs to move. She throws it into Kennedy Brown at the free throw line, basically. Groning pulls up around the corner. That one bounces off the rim and is no good. Rebounded by number 1, Ainsley Yazzie for the Grizzlies. Shot fake by Jada Clark. Passes it around, back in the hands of Ainsley Yazzie. And it's number 12, Alyssa Loza with the ball, being guarded by Kennedy Brown. Back up to 42. Oh, pass down to the middle, gets blocked, swatted away, and ends up in the hands of Groning. Groning will take it back for the Mustangs. Again, down 10. Minute left now, and that pass is just thrown out of bounds. It was a couple feet off the mark. It's little mistakes like that that have been costing points for the Mustangs all night. Every time something like that happens, I feel like the Grizzlies have capitalized. Alyssa Loza drives, passes it back up top to Ainsley Yazzie. That ball gets stolen away by Haley Hilton, passes it to Addison Freeland. Freeland gives it back to Ulibarri. Groning with the ball. Dribbles. And they're going to call a charge. They're just handing out charges at this point.
How? Please explain.
All right, they put 1 second back on the clock. And that'll be the end of the third quarter. I hope you guys like the zoom in on the 6th and 7th player for Copper Hills Grizzlies. It's strange that they're wearing zebra uniforms. However, the black and white stripes do match that of the Grizzlies. And we'll be back here in a minute. All right. The ball is currently in possession of the Grizzlies. It is number 24, Jada Clark. And that's a very quick foul. That is number 7. We're already in 1-1 at the very beginning of the fourth quarter. Herriman has had really a whole lot of problems with fouls in these past 2 games.
You're finally making shots, you know?
First free throw is good. That was an odd free throw. I want you folks to watch this next one. Only her shooting arm goes up. Her other arm stays at her side. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, she absolutely drained that shot, but it was quite unorthodox. 2 for 2. You can't argue with that. Those are results. However, she does increase the lead to 12 for the Grizzlies, and it is Ulibarri bringing it up, passing it over to Haley Hilton. Hilton throws it to Groning. Groning looking around, throws it back to Ulibarri. Addison Freeland clapping her hand for the ball. Instead, she passes it back to Groning. Ulibarri from the corner. It's no good. That ball's going to be out on the Grizzlies as Haley Hilton tried to rebound it, but it was slapped out by Jada Clark. And number 25, Ashlyn Alphin, has checked in for the Mustangs, taking place of Talbot. So Groning with the ball. She gives it to Addison Freeland for the nice little baby jump shot from the block. It's back to a 10-point game with just over 7 minutes left. It is number 45, Skyly Barker, passing it up to number 13, Ayla Marston, getting a whole lot of ball movement. People in the crowd are saying 3 seconds because they're in the lane for quite some time without any movement. That ball has to get slapped away by Skyly Barker in order for her to maintain possession. And now she's just got an open lane. No one in front of her. She goes up. That layup is good, and she's going to get fouled. It looks like the foul is on number 25, Ashlyn Alphin. They're going to call a push, shooting, going for the old-fashioned three-point play as they already have a 12-point lead. A minute and 15 seconds into this fourth quarter. Her free throw shot is no good, but it's rebounded and just kind of like chucked up by number 13, Ayla Marston. First one is no good. It bounces right back to her, and she does the same thing, but goes in. Now they're up 14. Ulibarri has the ball, crosses it over, gives it to Alphin. Hilton has it, throws it back to Ulibarri. She tries to throw it back to Alphin. Ball gets stolen away. It's currently Skyly Barker with the ball. Over to number 13, Ayla Marston. Back up to Clark. Over to Loza. And now it's back up top to Ayla Marston. And they're going to call a travel. Ulibarri has the ball for the Mustangs. Passes it over to Haley Hilton. Hilton throws it to Burbage. Burbage back to Ulibarri. Ulibarri looking around. Gets fouled. That's going to be the 6th team foul, I believe. Maybe just the 5th. Addison Freeland with the shot off the inbound. Rolls out. Ooh, that was a travel, but they're not going to call it. Jada Clark with the ball. She passes it over to Marston. No good, Marston. Burbage gets the rebound, drives up the court, throws it over to Haley Hilton. Hilton's layup attempt is no good. You also maybe heard fans screaming clock because it didn't start. Jada Clark for 3 for the Grizzlies, and she drains it. It is now a 17-point game. Part of the scoreboard is being blocked by the hoop. Now 15-point game. After the layup by Burbage, I believe, with 5 minutes left in this game. Jada Clark, who just made that 3, has the ball again. Throws it down in the corner to number 13, Ayla Marston. Marston Over to Midgley. Midgley to Barker. Barker's shot no good. Again rebounded by Hallie. Hallie gets a little bit of a baby cross on number 3. Back up to Ulibarri. Hilton screaming for the ball down low. Hallie did not see her. She was wide open. An extremely deep and confusing 3, but it goes in. It seems that she gets more accurate the more defenders are on her and the further behind the line she is. That is about 4 different threes that I've seen her make while guarded and about 5 to 6 feet behind the line. Again, she hit that as a game winner a few days ago. All right, we are back in action. Ooh, wide open shot look there for number 42 for the Grizzlies, but she's trying to play it smart and run out as much clock as possible. So she just passes it back up top, and it's Skyly Barker with it right now. And she doesn't really have anywhere to go. I saw that back foot move a little bit, but I guess they might have called timeout in time. That is a 30-second timeout. We'll be back. All right. It is Barker with the ball. She throws it over to Yazzie, who then throws it right back. Getting some ball movement right now. That ball is swatted away by Burbage. Oh, my gosh, that was a blatant push. I don't know what she was doing there. The ball was already so far away. She should have just let her grab it and played defense on that half of the court. But now she gets 2 free throws. Try and make this a 14-point game. That's just a frustration foul right there for Hallie. That first free throw is good. I believe, I can't really see the number because of her hair, but I believe that's number 45, Skyly Barker, shooting free throws right now. She makes the second one as well, and I was correct. That is Skyly Barker. Inbounded by Ulibarri to Burbage. Burbage passes it out to Groning. Groning fakes the 3, goes to Ulibarri. Ulibarri with a mid-range, rebounded by Talbot. She goes up, and she's going to draw a foul. Now she'll get 2 shots, try and bring it back to a 12-point game. It's currently 55-41 with 3:22 left in the game. First free throw is no good. That's going to be a foul on Groning. That's 2 more free throws coming up. First free throw is good. Second free throw is good as well. Ulibarri throws it into Burbage. Burbage throws it to Groning. Groning trying to get down low. Wow. Back to Burbage. Burbage goes up for the contested layup, and that one's good. So now Barker's got the ball. Getting some good ball movement here to try and waste some time for the Grizzlies. Playing a victory formation right here. I believe most schools call it Carolina. Looks like they've switched it up a little bit. They've actually got someone in the middle. Had the ball over here for about 40 seconds. Finally, one step in the lane and it immediately gets kicked out. They are really taking advantage of the lack of shot clock in high school basketball. A nice double spin there for Barker. Wow. There's nothing you can do about that. That was good basketball. Good passing, a good cut, a good feed, and a good finish for the Grizzlies there. They've just played a pretty solid all-around game. Addison Freeland misses her shot. Mustangs down 15 with 1:05 left in the game. At this point, we can't really blame this one on the refs. Herriman has just constantly been shooting themselves in the foot. And there's another foul on Burbage. That is the 11th foul for Herriman this half. Last game they had 21 fouls. This game they're at about 19. It doesn't matter how good of a team you are when you foul that much. Finding a way to win is near impossible. And it's really showing at this level. Talbot trying to bring the ball up to court quickly, try and get something going, get her team energized. They are down 17. Getting some good ball movement, but nowhere to go. Passing doesn't do anything when it's not toward the rim. Oh, that was... She's all right, so I'm going to say it. That was pretty funny. Someone threw up a shot, and Alyssa Loza for the Grizzlies fell down and bounced off the ground, and the ball went off the backboard and hit her in the shoulder and head. It's kind of a kicker while she's down moment, but she popped right back up, so I don't feel bad laughing. It is number 25, Ashlyn Alfin, missing her first free throw. And again, back to the Alyssa Loza thing. We are glad she's okay and that everybody can laugh at that. It's a funny moment. Alfin's second free throw is good, making it 51-45. The press is broken pretty quickly by the Grizzlies. That should be a jump ball, and that's what they're going to call. Foul. Never mind. They did not call it.
Gosh, that's a jump.
You can hear disgruntled fans as there were about 19 hands on that ball. So it's going to be Alyssa Loza shooting free throws here. Her first one is good. Second shot is up, and that one is no good. 62-45 with 10 seconds left. Now, I'm not much of a gambler, but if I were a betting man, I would say this game is over. Don't even get to attempt a last-second shot. Threw it up after the buzzer, and it gets blocked anyway. It's 45-52 in favor of the Grizzlies. That is your final. And now we'll take a break for a little bit, and we'll be back at 7:15. That's about half an hour. It's 28 minutes. We'll be back for the varsity basketball game. All right, everybody, welcome to the Herriman Mustangs versus the Copper Hills Grizzlies women's varsity basketball game here at Herriman High School. Herriman won the tip-off, and we're just currently moving the ball around. Hallie Burbage, first shot of the game, is an open three from the corner. It just rattles out, no good. So now the Grizzlies have the ball on their side of the court. They're moving it around a little bit. A nice cut down low by number 32. That is going to be Amelia Brady, and she is going to start the game with the first 2 points. Immediately answered by Lexi Jensen, number 3 for the Mustangs. Our current starting lineup is number 2, Presley Heggie, number 3, Lexi Jensen, number 10, Mariah Mons, number 14, Hallie Burbage, and number 15, Morgan Groning. Copper Hills starters include number 32, who's shooting 2 free throws right now. She just missed her first. That's Amelia Brady. There's also Ellie Taylor, number 2. Number 10, Madison. Again, I'm not going to try and say her last name. Number 2, Ellie Taylor. And number 45, Skyly Barker. So that's number 10, Madison, who comes up with that rebound. And she tries to go back up. It's no good. So now Jensen's got the ball. She passes it over to number 10, Mariah Mons. They're going to call a double dribble there. So now the ball is going the direction of the Grizzlies. It's currently 3-2. About a minute and a half here into this first quarter. Get a pass across the court to Amelia Brady, who hands it off to number 45, Skyly Barker, who gives it to number 25, Shea Barker. Mariah Mons with the rebound. It's bringing it up the court. Nice little hezzy, goes right around the defense to Lexi Jensen. Hallie Burbage for another 3. That one's blocked. Mons tips it, Groning tips it, and now it's in the hands of Skyly Barker, who throws it up to Madison. Madison goes for the layup. She falls down. No foul. Rebounded by Hallie Burbage. Mariah Mons with a nice little around the back right past her defender. A nice hezzy right by number 32, Amelia Brady. Just put her in a blender, and the nice left-hand layup, making it 5-2. So it's currently Skyly Barker being guarded by Lexi Jensen up top. Throws it over to Amelia Brady. Brady passes it over to Shea Barker. Barker gives it right back to Madison. Madison loses the ball, and they're going to call a foul on Hallie Burbage, her first of the game. The inbounds pass is good all the way up top to Shea Barker. Barker throws it back down to number 2, Ellie Taylor, and Taylor puts it in for the nice right-hand layup. Good, strong finish. Jensen passes it over to Mons for the Mustangs. Mons passes it back cross-court to Jensen. Jensen gives it to Burbage in the corner. She's going to try for her 3rd three-point attempt this game, and she drains that one. So she's finally on the board on her 3rd shot attempt, making it 8-4. Skyly Barker passes it over to number 2, Ellie Taylor. Taylor gives it back to Barker. Barker passes it to Madison. Madison drives at the free throw line, passes it back up to Taylor. Taylor throws it back down to Madison. However, the pass is off target, ends up in the hands of Groning. Groning throws it ahead to Burbage. Burbage didn't quite see it, but still came up with it. And then a nice little step around or between 2 defenders, kind of lost the ball, ended up back in her hand again and she finishes the left-hand layup, making it 10-4 about 3.5 minutes into this game. And that's going to be a timeout for the Grizzlies, so we'll be back in about a minute. All right, it's going to be Skyly Barker inbounding the ball to what I can only assume is her sister, Shay Barker. They do have the same shoes, the same last name. And Skyly goes up for the little floater, and that's good. Lexi Jensen has the ball. And that's going to go out of bounds. Grizzlies ball going the other direction. It's going to be getting thrown in by Shay Barker into her sister Skyly. All right, Herriman starting their press defense that they're known for, the defense that won them 11 straight games, and there's a steal. That's Inger on the steal, and she passes it down to Jensen, who makes the easy layup. And they jump right back in that press and immediately force the ball out of bounds. However, it's off on them. So Shay Barker will be throwing it in. Good press right now. Nowhere to go without there being a lot of pressure. They're going to call a foul on that, but I think that was a little weak. And that's on Mariah Mons. That's her second foul of the game. That is her third team foul. So Shelby Ulibarri will check in. Passes in to Skyly Barker, who passes it right back to Shay. Shay nowhere to go. That was a travel, and they're going to call it. That hasn't happened too many times today, where they actually call a travel. But varsity game, new refs. All right, so now Inger has the ball under the hoop. Passes it over to Jensen. Jensen passes it to Ulibarri. Ulibarri throws it to Hallie Burbage, who tries to make a little jump stop pass, but has a little bit too much forward momentum, and her back foot comes up again for another step. And they actually get the ball past half court this time. It's been a while since it's been over here, and they get a quick shot. It was a good look. However, it had a little too much force off the backboard, so it hit the rim and just bounced out. A nice pass to the middle, and then kicked out to Burbage. Burbage to Lexi Jensen. Jensen back to Burbage. Burbage driving around, almost falls, stays on that foot to keep her from traveling, goes to Jensen. Jensen back to Burbage. Burbage in the corner for her second three of the game, giving them a 15-6 lead. Herriman showing excellent press and speed to get back whenever they get beat, and just forcing turnover after turnover. It is currently Inger with the ball, throws it over to Jensen. Jensen with the jump shot from the elbow. It is good off the glass and one. She'll be taking a shot from the free throw line right here. They've already got an early 11-point lead. This is a stark contrast difference from how the first two teams started the game. And she makes it for the old-fashioned three-point play. And now we've got a timeout by the refs. They're going to have a discussion at half court. Subs are coming in. That's Groning in for Heggie. So now number 13, Ayla Marston, will be throwing the ball in for the Grizzlies. She throws it to Shea Barker. Barker gets around Jensen, but not quite around Inger. The pass gets through. Groning with the excellent straight up and down defense forces the miss, and it looks like we've got an injured player. She's struggling to run back. And that's number 2, Ellie Taylor, who's visibly hurt. A silly mistake there by the Grizzlies ends up in the hands of Lexi Jensen. Goes over to Groning. Inger down at the bottom, passes it over to Ulibari, and they're going to call a foul right there. Basically just hip checked her. And I hope for her sake, number 2, Ellie Taylor's coming out. She's still struggling to walk on that leg. It's her right leg that seems to be injured. She's going to sit down and rub that one out. And now it's Inger with the inbound, right to Burbage. The layup attempt is no good. Goes over to number 1, Ainsley Yazzie. She passes it up to number 25, Shea Barker, and she's going to travel. So it's Herriman ball again. Up 12 with just under 2 minutes left to go in this first quarter. Lexi Jensen bringing the ball up the court. Passes it to Burbage, who's already got 2 threes. Inger, nice little pump fake. And then the pass attempt to Burbage is a little too late, so the defender is able to step in front of it, steal that ball away. And it's Skyly Barker bringing it up. She passes it to Shea. And then a pass on what she didn't know was going to be a cut. Almost rolls over half court, but Ayla Marston saves it and throws it back, but it bounces right off of number 42, Taylor Johnson, of her own team, and trickles out of bounds. So it was a great save attempt, but it ends up being Herriman ball anyway. Inger passing it to Jensen. Jensen with a great pass to Groning, but they're going to call a push on her. So now it's right back to the Grizzlies, and this is going to be Yazzie inbounding it. She throws it to Madison. Madison up to Skyly Barker. Barker across to number 13, Ayla Marston. Marston back up top to Yazzie. Yazzie for 3, and that is good. It is now 18-9 with just under a minute left to go in this first quarter. Cross the court pass to Hallie Burbage. Burbage over to Inger. Inger with a nice little spin move. Down to Groning on the cut. Beautiful follow and finish. And Groning puts that in for the easy layup with an immediate answer. The Grizzlies have nowhere to go, so they're forced to call a timeout. Skyly Barker was just trapped on the baseline. No one was down there to help her, and she was triple teamed, perhaps quadruple teamed if you want to count the baseline. But that was just an excellent press, forcing them to waste a precious timeout. All right, we've inbounded it and immediately a turnover as soon as I turn on the microphone, and Lexi Jensen will put that in for a nice scoop layup with 20 seconds left, giving them a 22-9 lead. And it's Skyly Barker again, nowhere to go. She kicks it up to Yazzie. Yazzie kind of forced at half court, looking around. There's only 10 seconds left. Almost stolen away by Burbage, and they're going to call a hold right there. She went for the ball, tried to push it away, and just grabbed her wrist a little bit. So that's already her second personal foul. 5th team foul. I hate to say it, but Herriman is again on pace for a double-digit foul half. Burbage absolutely swatting away any hope they had at a last-second shot. She sent it right back to her face. Said, hey, I think you lost something. Take this back. We'll be back in about a minute. All right, so the ball immediately goes out of bounds, and then we're going to bring it back in, and that is swatted back out of bounds on the inbounds pass by Presley Heggie. It is Ayla Marston trying to find somebody. She throws it up top to Madison, nowhere to go. Madison throws it back to Yazzie, but gets it stolen away right before she has the opportunity. Oh, my goodness. It was stolen by Inger. She threw it up to Mariah Mons, but that got blocked. A nice, clean chase down. Don't see those too often where it's not a foul. And Inger's going to inbound that ball to Heggie. Heggie's going to give it to Groning, and Groning's going to lay that one in. It's good for her. A shot attempt there by Madison for the Grizzlies is no good. Rebounded by Groning. Groning passes it up to Ulibarri. Ulibarri waits for the rest of her team to catch up. Gives it to Inger. Inger gives it to Groning. Groning back to Heggie. Heggie with a little cross, sidestep. Almost traveled. Luckily, Groning was open right beside her. Right before she hit the ground, she just handed that ball off, basically. Inger with a nice little spin move. Her defender, Yazzie, falls down. She just has an open lane for a nice little 3-foot jump shot right there. Easy 2 points. Madison kicks the ball over to number 2, Ellie Taylor. Glad to see her knees doing okay, and she's back in the game. She hands it back off to Madison, who goes right around the defense. Just a little too much power on that shot, on that layup. However, it gets rebounded and kicked out to Ellie Taylor, and she makes her second bucket of the game. A nice 3 from the right side. Inger with a nice pass to Ulibarri down low. Ulibarri right back to Inger. Inger, for as small as she is, just absolutely trucked through two people. She kind of got tripped and ended up putting her shoulder in two different people's sternums. But it's going to be a foul on the defense. Tripping her there. So she's going to pass it back in. Just a little bit of a late read. So she tried to pass it into Heggie. Goes off her fingertips. Ends up getting scooped up by Skyly Barker, who goes the other direction and gets fouled on her layup attempt on the fast break. So she's going to shoot two. Currently, the Mustangs have a 14-point lead, with it being 26-12. 26-13 now. And we're going to have Ayla Marston sit down, and Amelia Brady is going to check in for her for the Grizzlies. Mustangs have Inger waiting in the back. Second free throw is missed, rebounded by Groning, given to Heggie. Heggie's going to pass it to the corner for Groning for a deep three. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Yazzie. Yazzie passes it to Ellie Taylor. Taylor over to Shea Barker. Barker up to Yazzie. Yazzie's three-point attempt is no good. Ellie Taylor back in that corner where she just made a three on the last possession. That one with a little too much on it goes over the rim. However, it is kept in bounds. Ellie Taylor ends up with it back up top and feeds it down low to Skyly Barker, who puts it in on the nice cut. And that's going to be a foul on Ellie Taylor and push. That is her second foul. That is their fourth team foul. Number one, Megan Burton is going to check in for Groning for the Mustangs. Inger passes it in to Lexi Jensen. Jensen tries to pass it off to Mons, but Ellie Taylor blocks it, and it goes right into the hands of Inger, and Inger puts it in. I believe that's how they drew it up. Shea Barker tries to pass it over the side, a little bit of a miscommunication. However, Ellie Taylor is there to chase it down before it goes out of bounds. Attempts a shot. It's no good. It's rebounded by Inger, taking the length of the floor. And she misses the layup. And that's rebounded by Skyly Barker. And then a three-point attempt by Shea Barker with a little too much on that one. And that's going to get rebounded by Yazzie, and then it's going to end up being a jump ball between her and Mons in favor of the Mustangs. Lexi Jensen will throw it in to Inger. So Inger's bringing it up the court. Hands it off to Mons. Mons cuts down the middle immediately, gets fouled on the floater, and drains it. She's got another chance for an and one. I believe that's her second bucket of the game. Leading scorer is already Lexi Jensen with 10 here in the second quarter. Her free throw is no good. However, it's rebounded by Heggie. Heggie over to Jensen. Jensen shoots the three, just a little long, bounces off the rim. And it's rebounded by Ellie Taylor. Not Ellie Taylor, excuse me. That is number 13, Ayla Marston. And that will be that'll be Skyly Barker on the shot attempt, and she gets fouled by number 2. That'll be Heggie. First free throw attempt is good by Barker. Second free throw goes in as well. That'll be Megan Burton throwing it in to Inger. Inger making her way down to the block, hands it off to Mons. Mons back to Inger. Inger down to Heggie. Heggie, ooh, a nice double spin move. And drains the turnaround jumper a little bit further than the block, giving him a 32-17 lead. It is Shea to Skyley on the inbound. Skyley passing it down low to 13, Ayla Marston. And that's number 10, Madison shooting that one. No good. Rebounded and brought up the court by Lexi Jensen. Jensen gets down, tries a spin move, finger roll into the hoop. However, she gets fouled, and she'll shoot two. Jensen nails the first one. She makes the second one as well. The ball is brought up the court by Skyley Barker. Some tough defense there. Ends up getting stolen by Mariah Mons. Mariah tries to pass it up to Lexi Jensen. Just a little too far in front of her. The coach clapping. He likes the idea of supporting his team when they have double the other team's score right now. We're in unprecedented territory. There's just under 3 minutes left in this half, and Herriman still isn't at double-digit fouls. Not something we've seen all night long. It's an indication of better defense, and you can see in the play. It is currently Skyley Barker with the ball, passes over to Shea. I feel like they're the only two that each other pass it to. Really tough situation to get out of, but they do. And Madison drives in and gives it to Marston. Marston tries to drive in, and it's back up to Shea Barker. Barker to Skyley, like I said, the only people they pass it to. Marston's got it over to Madison. Madison drives, and that is just wrapped up by Mons. Ball ends up getting rebounded by Megan Burton. Burton over to Inger. Inger up to Jensen. Jensen, a nice little cross, and then she throws it across the court to Burton. Burton nails the jumper. Currently 36-17. Ball's out on Inger for the Mustangs, so it's going to stay Grizzlies ball. Ball then immediately stolen away by Lexi Jensen, given to Heggie. Heggie goes up, and it's no good. Rebounded by Amelia Brady. Brady passes it over to Barker. Barker over to Yazzie. Yazzie to the other Barker. No good there. Bounces off Yazzie's hand, ends up in the hands of Lexi Jensen, who pulls up just in front of the free throw line for a jumper. That one's no good. It's Shea Barker with it on the other end. Passes it over to Amelia Brady, and that just gets ripped out. And that's Inger with the ball going the other direction, and she gets that one ripped out from behind her, but it ends up going out of bounds. So she's all right there. No real problem with that. We're going to call a timeout here with 50 seconds left, so we'll be back. All right, welcome back. We've got Inger with the inbound pass over there to Jensen. She turns around for the nice jump shot, rolls around and falls out. Rebounded by the Grizzlies, and it's currently number 12, Alyssa Loza with the ball. 30 seconds left. Ayla Martin looking for something. Passes it over to Skyly Barker. Barker over to Amelia Brady. Oh, they're going to call a travel right there on Alyssa Loza. Typically, you got to dribble the ball before you move your feet. She might have forgotten that right there. Lexi Jensen with the pull-up jumper just in front of the free throw line, and that one is good. 38-17 right now. Loza almost losing the ball. She tonight has thrown up some crazy layups. And that's going to be halftime, 38-17 in favor of the Herriman Mustangs, and I cannot believe it. They did not reach double-digit fouls in this half for the first time tonight. We'll be back after halftime in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back. We had a clock issue, but we're back now. A quick three-point attempt by Shea Barker is no good. That is rebounded by Heggie. Oh, poked out. That's going to stay here in favor of the Grizzlies. Heggie and Madison picking each other up on different teams, but helping each other out. And now it's Madison going to be guarded by Burbridge on the inbound. She throws it up to number 45, Skyly Barker. Barker goes to Amelia Brady. Brady throws it to Shea Barker. Shea to Ellie Taylor. Taylor goes for a nice little hook shot. That's no good. And that foul is going to be on Heggie on the loose ball. They're going to call a push on her. Not a push. That is her second personal foul. And Ellie Taylor off the pass with a quick little jump shot from about 10 feet. Immediately answered by Mariah Mons. And then Mariah Mons picks off the inbound and puts up another shot. That one's no good. Rebounded by Shea Barker, who passes it over to Skyly Barker. I'm telling you, folks, these two never pass it to anyone but each other. Every single time they pass it at least once to each other. And that is Shea to Skyly immediately. As I say it, that's Skyly over to Ellie Taylor. Taylor goes for the three. It's no good. Rebounded by Burbridge. Just beats out Amelia Brady for the Grizzlies. And now it's going to be Heggie bringing it up. Passes it to Burbridge. Absolutely no one in front of her for the three. Misses. Brady fell down and had to throw it in, and it gets picked off by Lexi Jensen, who tries a little pull-up jumper, and that's no good. Now it's Madison for the Grizzlies trying to score, and that's no good either. Rebounded by Burbridge. Thrown over to Heggie, back over to Mons. Mons is going to roll off the screen from Inger. Never mind. She's going to pass it over to Jensen. Jensen's going to go off the screen from Mons. Nice little jump stop. Pass over to Inger. Inger for a deep two. No good. Rebounded by Lexi. She's going to go around her defender. Try and pass it over to Inger, and somehow she comes away with it. Waiting for the cut by Mons. Thought she was looking for a screen there. Didn't come. And that's number 2, Ellie Taylor, that's going to slap that one out. Right out of Inger's hands. Burbridge has the ball under the hoop, and she goes up for a layup. It's no good. Gets her rebound, goes up again, gets the rebound a second time, and her third shot is good. That is her 10th point. We have 2 people here for the Mustangs in double-digit points with Lexi Jensen. Oh, and as I say her name, she gets a nice block on number 1, Yazzie. And that's Inger falling twice. For a second there, it said Inger had 50 fouls. Said it goes to 1. But as I was saying, we have 2 people already in double-digit points for the Mustangs in Lexi Jensen and Hallie Burbridge with 14 and 10 respectively. The 2 highest-scoring players for the Grizzlies are number 45, Skyly Barker, and number 2, Ellie Taylor, both with 7. It's currently 42-19 with 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Amelia Brady passes over to Ellie Taylor. Taylor with a nice little floater around the rim. That one's going to go in for her 9th point of the game. 41-22. They have exactly double their score. Never mind. That is Heggie with the 3 for the Mustangs. making it 45-21. Going back to that press defense, really putting the pressure on them. And that's going to be stolen away by Jensen and passed up to Mons, just a little too far, but she's able to catch up to it. I was going to say if that went in, that would have been one of the craziest shots we've seen all night. It rolls out. However, she is fouled, so she will be shooting 2 from the line. The foul is on number 25, Shea Barker. Starting to get the names confused. I've said them so many times at this point. That first shot is good by Mons. And we're going to have Groning check in for Heggie. And we're going to have number 13, Ayla Marston, check in for Amelia Brady. Mons' second shot is up, and it is good, making it 47-21. The Mustangs really starting to pour it on. Number 1, Yazzie with an impressive drive all the way to the rim, and right as she's about to go up, she has it stripped out by Groning, who comes up with it. And now she's in possession of the ball, passes it down to Mons down low to Jensen up top. She's just behind the free throw line. Pull-up jumper with Ellie Taylor's hand in her face, and she drains it. Now Marston passes it over to Shea Barker, who passes it over to, you guessed it, Skyly Barker, who then throws it over to Yazzie. Yazzie looking for somewhere to go, goes to Shea Barker, and Barker passes it to Ellie Taylor. Taylor goes to Marston. Marston misses the shot, rebounded by Groning, taken by Mons all the way, finishing on the left side, gets fouled. That's going to be an and one. Now have 3 players in double digits as she hits that 10-point mark, possibly 11 with this free throw. That's already 4 fouls on Ellie Taylor, which is tough for them because she's been their best shooter so far tonight with the most points on their team. She's got 9. She made 2 threes and then an and one. Mons misses her free throw, but they do have a 30-point lead. Barker passes it to Barker, who passes it to Yazzie, who passes it to Marston, who has a huge pass fake. Extremely aggressive. Number 22 checking in for the first time. That's Riley Eilertz. She has it taken away from her. And that's Lexi Jensen passing it over to Hallie Burbage. Hallie Burbage with the strong finish. She puts it in. Now she's got a chance at an and one. She's at 12 points right now. So we have 3 people. We've got Mariah Mons with 10. We've got Hallie Burbage with 12. And we've got Lexi Jensen with 16. Meanwhile, the leading scorer for the Grizzlies is Ellie Taylor, number 2, with 9 points, sitting on the bench because she's in foul trouble right now. The next closest person is number 45, Skyly Barker, with 7. And the next highest that's in right now is 3. Everybody else has 0 points so far. Only 3 fouls for both teams at this point, which wouldn't be too crazy unless you watched the previous 2 games. And as I say that, there's a 4th foul on the Mustangs, and that's on number 15, Groning. And we're going to get a timeout called by Copper Hills. Let's see. It is a full timeout. We'll be back in 1 minute. All right, welcome back. Skyly Barker has the ball, passes it down to Shea Barker. Cannot believe how many times I've said that one tonight. It's number 1, Yazzie with the ball, passing it over to Skyly Barker, who passes it to Shea Barker, but it gets stolen away by Hallie Burbridge, who makes the fast break layup. She now has 14 points. Also, Kennedy Brown has checked in for the Mustangs. Good save there by Skyly Barker. Marston, troubled, looking at where to go, throws it to a diving Barker. And Barker puts it in for the left-handed layup. That's her 9th point of the game. And it's currently Inger with the ball, looking for somewhere to go. Just passes it back up top, nice and easy to Lexi Jensen. Jensen drives to the middle. Needs to get out of that lane. Throws it over to Inger. Inger cuts back to the middle. Jensen has it again. Pulls up from the elbow. No good. Rebounded by Skyly Barker. That looks like a little bit of a push-off. And the shot by Shea Barker is no good. Lexi Jensen passes it to Hallie Burbridge, but it's no good. Lexi Jensen on the rebound attempt. Looks like she got poked in the eye. But it's going to be a foul on her. That's her first foul, 5th team foul. And Shea Barker is going to take a seat for a minute. Number 24, Jada Clark, is going to check in for number 1, Ainsley Yazzie. So we've got number 22, Riley Eilert's back in. She's the one that checked in for Barker. Not Barker, I'm sorry, Taylor Johnson. No, it was Barker. I was right the first time. All right, we've got a shooting foul. That is the 6th team foul for Herriman in this 3rd quarter alone. Still have an entire minute left in the 3rd. Number 1, Yazzie, or number 10, I'm sorry, Madison is going to be shooting this one. Sometimes their hair gets in the way of the numbers. You only see one of them. She makes the first one, misses the second, rebounded by Groning, given to Burbridge. Burbridge bringing it up. Passes it back to Groning. Groning wide open 3. Shoots that. It's no good. Rebounded by number 22, Riley Eilerts. The shot is up by Jada Clark. She made a bunch of threes in the JV game, and she makes one as soon as she checks into this varsity game. First time she touches the ball, and it is 3 points, Grizzlies. Groning passes it over to Brown. Brown up to Heggie. Heggie to Mons. Mons crossing up, about to pull up from the free throw line. Decides to stop. Passes it over to Groning. Groning to Burbridge. Burbridge, a little jump stop over to Groning. Groning with a shot off the front of the rim. Almost saved by Kennedy Brown. But she couldn't quite handle it, and it trickles out of bounds. And it will be number 13, Ayla Marston, throwing it in to Skyly Barker, who passes it up to Madison. Madison tries to feed Marston and just throws it out of bounds. So Mons will be throwing it in to Burbridge or Heggie right here. They're going to go ahead and try their hand at their own press. See if they can work some magic here. Score at the end of the 3rd is 55-27. Your Mustangs leading. By just a little more than double their points. A 28-point lead. All right, Inger with the ball here. Nice spin, turnaround jumper, and she buries that. Currently, Jada Clark passing it over to Yazzie. Yazzie going up top to Madison. Madison looking at Marston, goes over her head right into the hands of Jada Clark. And Clark throws it just too high for Yazzie. A couple inches above her hands. So it will again be Mustangs ball. The refs are talking for a second. Looks like the Mustangs are going to throw it in again. Looks like Haley Hilton will be checking in for Kennedy Brown, and Inger will be throwing it in. Mariah Mons is open up top. She moves back, passes it into Heggie. Heggie hands it to Mons, or to Inger. It's a little late, and Jada Clark is able to get her hands on that. And it's snatched up by number 22, Riley Eilertz. She gives it to Marston. Marston passes it back to Eilertz down low. Jada Clark for a mid-range jumper. Bounces around and pops out. And that's a deep pass by Inger right into the hands of Heggie. And that layup is good. 59-27 right now. Number 24, Jada Clark, goes for three, and she misses long. And it's Inger again coming up with that rebound, bringing it up the court. Passes it into the corner to number 1, Megan Burton. Ball ends up in the hands of Eilertz. Eilertz gives it to Madison. Whoops. Back to Eilertz. Back over to Yazzie. Rebounded by Mons. Mons bringing it up to court for the Mustangs. Ooh, goes for the pass to Heggie. But the Grizzlies get a hand on it. Oh my goodness. A great chase down block by Kenzie Inger. Now she runs out of the game. She must be done. She said, that was the best play I'm going to have all night. I'll go get changed now. Inbound pass is good, and that shot is blocked by Mons. Didn't even get to leave the hands of number 13, Marston. Madison with a shot fake. Goes over to Jada Clark. Jada too short, now too long, or too long, now too short. Aggie with the pass all the way up to Mons. Mons is going to spin around her defender. Ooh, lost her. Shoots it. Bounces off the rim right back into her hands. Tries to make a pass, but the net slowed it down. And then Mons chases her down and swipes the ball out from behind. Goes right in the hands of Jensen. Jensen passes it over to Heggie. Heggie tries to pass it to Hilton. And Hilton wisely lets it go, knowing it was tipped by the Grizzlies. Looks like we have number 42, Taylor Johnson, about to check in for the Grizzlies. Who is she coming in for? It's going to be number 13, Ayla Marston. So Jada Clark will bring it up the court. They're going to call a travel on number 10, Madison. So we got Heggie bringing it up the court. She passes it to Haley Hilton. Hilton drives, passes it up to number 4, Makalesi Fafita. That shot by Jensen is no good. She shot it and just looked confused. Where did all that strength come from? We've got the second Fafita sister checking in for Heggie. Shot is no good. Rebounded by number 42, Taylor Johnson, and put back in. Her first bucket of the game. This fourth quarter is almost halfway over. And we've got Kyla Talbot checking in for Lexi Jensen. Yazzie passes it over to Clark. Clark to number 15, Isabel Anderson. First time we've called her name tonight. Yazzie passes it back to Jada Clark. Jada for three, no good. Getting some good movement. The ball back in the hands of Yazzie. Yazzie to Johnson. Johnson back to Yazzie. Yazzie to Clark. Clark to Loza. Loza to Anderson. Anderson to Jada. Jada to Yazzie. Yazzie to the hoop. And that's good for three. Fafita with the ball right now. Passes it over to Burton. And Fafita to Burton again. Talbot on the rim, shakes a defender, goes to the other side, gets a nice layup for her bucket of the game. She's been in for about 30 seconds. Mustangs are very close to having double their points again. I honestly cannot believe that shot just went in. Alyssa Lazo with a deep three with a defender in front of her. An impressive shot. But now the ball is in the hands of the Mustangs, more specifically Kyla Talbot. Passes it over to Fafita, who passes it to Burton. Burton to Fafita, right back. Got just under a minute, or just under 2 minutes left in this game. Looks like they're just trying to run out the clock. No one's really going to the rim at all. Don't blame them. They've got such a big lead. And as soon as I say that, Fafita goes to the rim and gets fouled. So she'll be shooting two. And that will be the fourth team foul for the Grizzlies. There are 7 team fouls on the Mustangs right now. And that free throw is good. Shot attempt by the Grizzlies is no good. Rebounded by Haley Hilton. Hilton passes it over to Fafita. Fafita to Talbot. I'm going to call a travel on Fafita. Number 15 gets fouled. She'll go to the free throw line. That is Isabel Anderson. Foul is on number 25. Pardon me. Foul is on number 25, Ashlyn Alfin. Strange last name for someone who doesn't look like a fish. She's 4 for 4 on free throws between the two games. She's gone to the line. She's the one that I mentioned earlier. Puts her arm down to her side. And like I said, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Addison Freeland is going to go for the layup, and she gets blocked. The Grizzlies, any shot they have of winning this game is all but gone. They're just trying to end this game with as many points as they can at this point, trying to score quickly just for a confidence boost. They get a steal. It's number 42, Taylor Johnson, with the steal, and she puts it in. Now number 0, Street, has the ball, and she's going to kick it out of bounds. Goes back to the Grizzlies. Honestly, if they played like this all game, the way they've been playing the past 30 seconds, this might have been a lot closer. Scored about 10 points in the past 40 seconds. Are they going to get a last-second shot? We'll see. There's 3.5 seconds left. It is the Grizzlies' ball out of bounds under the hoop. On the right side. Two, one. The last second shot by number 23, who's not even on their roster, is no good. Goes in and out. But that is the final here tonight at Herriman High School. A final of 63-41 in favor of your Lady Mustangs over the Copper Hills Lady Grizzlies. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you watched all 3 games, thank you very much. If you just watched one, or if you just stopped by for a second, we really appreciate it. Don't forget to like and subscribe and tell your friends and family around the area so they can watch you play later. We appreciate everybody that stops by and hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you very much. We'll see you later.